welcome back to another stream as part of our historical order run, where we play through a couple dozen different games from different franchises in historical order. And today we're gonna carry on with day 5 of Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, a new game that we started by Don't Not, developers of Vampire, Life is Strange, and those types of games. And yeah, gonna mix a bit more history with supernatural events, I guess. Ghosts, curses, and witches and the likes. And yeah, that of course sets us here at the end of the 17th century, specifically 1695. And yeah, I already went ahead and prepared a bit for the next couple of games, which will be a bit more Assassin's Creed focused, given how many games are actually set in the colonial, era. And yeah, gonna jump first to Black Flag. And for Black Flag, I've now actually worked out the exact timeline of how we're gonna do things in what order. And there's a lot of information between, of course, the AC wiki, but also the novels and also community members that kind of like worked out the dates of certain missions. So I actually went ahead and created the timeline here for Black Flag and Freedom Cry, which is fairly linear, like most games don't really overlap with each other, but I want to make sure that within Black Flag that we have, the proper order of like side missions to main missions when they would technically take place. So yeah, that's the checklist I'm gonna work by. And I've also started working on a head for Rogue, Free and Liberation, because that's probably the timeline that will most interfere with each other, given how all three games kind of like overlap each other at some point. And yeah, this one is a bit more extensive because it's 3 games and it's of course like a lot of jumping back and forth, like you start sequence 4 of AC3 with 1 mission. Then you jump to start AC3 Liberation, because there's lots of years like passing between Connor being a kid and then being a teenager. So you play quite a bit of Liberation before jumping back to AC3, carrying on there, and then jumping back again. But it's gonna be cool, really doing it in the actual order, because between those games there's going to be a lot of historical references. And yeah, they're gonna make a lot more sense, playing it in this way. So quite looking forward to it, but I'm still not quite finished with this timeline in particular. I've only gotten up to like sequence 6 of AC3. But Rogue's timeline is finished and Liberation is close to, so yeah, definitely getting there. And we still have a bit of time, of course, before we even get to start those games. But yeah, super looking forward to Black Flag, though, I would say. But for now, I'm looking forward to get back into Banishers. So let's, yeah, get back into it. Hello there, Assertive, welcome in, and good day. How exciting, indeed. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to get further through the timeline, because yeah, it's been like a long time in the making. We actually started this timeline last year in like May. So it's been well over a year now since we actually started with the first game, being Ancestors. Only took place over like 8 million years. So we covered like a short time span there. Alright, let me go ahead and start Banishers. Hope you're having a nice weekend so far, Assertive. And how's your Banishers playthrough going? Have you played more of it? Hello Vaave, welcome in, and happy Sunday to you. Yeah, having a decent Sunday so far for sure. Had a nice sleep in, had some British breakfast, well, more like brunch because I had it pretty late. And yeah, gonna jump back on some Banishers. Looking forward to it because I've been really enjoying the story part of it a lot. And yeah, how's your Sunday going? Oh, very nice, assertive. That's good to hear. Definitely good to have a, chill weekend. And yeah, my Saturday was really good. We went out into the city for a nice walk, and we also tried a new Neapolitan pizza place, which was delicious. Very much authentic. And yeah, it's definitely cool because there haven't really been too many places like that around here. At least we'd have to travel to the biggest nearest city. So it's nice to have one around the corner now. And yeah, also had a very nice evening because I watched my team play football and finally actually win a game in this season. They had a pretty rocky start into the Bundesliga season. So yeah, no one really expected them to win because they actually played against the so far unbeaten, top of the table, kind of like team. But yeah, we actually won 3-0, which was super unexpected and definitely a happy occurrence. British, you say? British, yeah. But they don't pronounce the T, like water, instead of water. Water in it. I've explored a little bit, did some uninteresting cases. Trying to wrap it up soon. If you find a partner where you can go back to New Eden, but you haven't yet, I gotcha. That's definitely understandable, yeah. I like the game, but it definitely drags a little, I feel. I mean, maybe I just didn't, I was maybe too focused on the main story or something last time, but yeah, those quests seem to like go on forever, that I've been doing. I've got a pizza capricciosa, which is a bit like a pizza mista, I guess, if you know it. It's with artichokes, olives, mushrooms, kind of like Italian ham. So I like a bit of a mixed pizza, I guess. But it's one I kind of like ordering sometimes because it hits like lots of different flavor profiles. And Levi got just a classic margarita pizza. She's kind of more into the simple and like basic but good stuff. Sunday's pretty good. Been chilling most of the day so far, considering maybe continuing with Better Call Saul soonish. The last episode you watched saw make Cliff fire him. Ah dear. Gotta feel bad for Cliff, having to put up with all of the shit that Saul is pulling. And you can tell that Saul doesn't necessarily like doing it to Cliff, But for him it's kind of like a necessity. But yeah, especially the toilet business. That was just one too many. When he's trying to help the dude, you know, clean the floor, it's just so cringe. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, Ave. For sure, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite pizzas. One I also like making at home. Yeah, for sure, Ave. You can really tell that Cliff tried and, you know, he's open to someone, you know, wanting to get a second chance in life.
Get to the chopper!
But, yeah, Saw definitely misuse that trust, I guess. Or Jimmy, I guess. Hello, Dr. Darling. Welcome in. Run, go, get to New Eden. I'm definitely trying, but I think it's still gonna be a bit of a way to get there. I don't think it will be before the end of the game that we're really returning to New Eden. Which I didn't expect. I thought we'd definitely get there earlier and do some investigating there. Oh yeah, Avi, you're definitely in for a ride, dude. I tell you that. Especially with, you know, the Salamanca and Nacho and Mike storyline. We're on like 75% now on the part of getting to New Eden. You don't know if New Eden new stuff arrives or if it throws you immediately into the final boss fight. I'm not too sure either. I mean, there's definitely some open cases for New Eden, I think. But, yeah, not too sure. The thing is, given that I've done it in this order, like going to the Harrows first, and not to Fort Jericho, I'm not sure if it's maybe like a bit longer still, since I still have to do that part. But I read online that people actually recommend doing Fort Jericho first, because doing it the way that I've done, it can lead to some weird glitch or like bug happening apparently. Which I'm not sure if they have fixed actually. But that's of course something I didn't know, you know, like the game presented 2 choices and I just took one. Hello Vermita, welcome in dude. Good day. And I'm doing well, thank you. Having a nice chill day over here. How are you doing? How did the rest of Far Cry go? Yeah, definitely felt similar, Ave. Like, Nacho was hands down one of my absolute favorite characters. And I loved seeing more of his involvement, you know, and it's kind of funny thinking about how he just was like mentioned, you know, once at the side of in Breaking Bad, you know. And this whole like character and character arc spawned out of it. But yeah, Mike Amendo does such a great job. His performance in Better Call Saul is definitely one of the main reasons I want to play Far Cry 3 eventually. Ah, really, Ave? I could definitely see him in like a superhero type of movie. Very nice, Amita. That's good to hear, dude. Sounds like you're making good progress. And you also got all the outposts done as well, haven't you, yesterday? I 1 or 2 assertive, yeah. since you mentioned that I had different dialogue to you, you know, coming to the Harrows and talking to Haskell, I could definitely imagine there being some changes. Hello there, Seraph. Welcome in. What do you call it when a ghost makes a mistake? A ghastly error. Definitely. How's it going, Seraph? Here's an insult for you.
Which part of remove testicles before hanging by the neck until dead appeals to your feeble brain, you idiot?
Jesus. That was a tough one right out of the gate. I didn't mean it, Seraph. Not as badly, at least.
Damn, man, look at that, look!
Ah, right, Arthur. Yeah, now that you mention it. Was kind of weird, like, I was thinking of Michael Mando and like superhero movies, and I was like in my brain, didn't he do something at some point? Like, I remember seeing him in the context of a superhero movie, which is why I could imagine him being in one, you know?
Metrocoitus.
But I didn't remember that it was in that movie. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and find Lemmy, the son of Haskell. Was apparently quite the demonologist behind his father's back. Okay then, game. Was a pretty bad stutter there.
Stand and fight! I have another in sight. Watch out! Spectre possession. That Spectre's looking for a body. Move it!
By a mill?
Away from the village. Perfect for his research. Perfect to hide secrets.
He's not out here for pleasure, that's for sure.
Lemmy's definitely going places. He definitely is. Otherworldly places. Higher precision, get it?
Gaie! Precision gerecht. Chiller!
Thank you for the lurk, Seraph. The game volume is quite high, by the way. Oh yeah, is it? I can lower it a little bit. Me 80? Okay. Let's see how that is. Hello there, Shilla. Welcome in, dude. I'm doing well, thank you. Having a nice chill Sunday over here. How's it going for you? And thank you, dude, for the congrats. Same to you, because Dortmund did also win, didn't they? I was kind of like out and about when the first Bundesliga was playing, but I think they did win. But yeah, that was a super pleasant surprise, you know, because obviously Hannover, you know, they were on quite the streak in the league. You know, 4 games, 4 wins, and the way they also play football, you know, under Tits. It's always funny saying his name. As a new coach, you know, like they're playing very, very good football. But yeah, given how Hertha performed so far, it wasn't really to be expected. But I definitely take it, you know, winning 3-0. And yeah, I would say in a way was definitely deserved with, you know, how well Hertha defended. But Hannover definitely had to score at least 2 goals, you know, so they technically would have deserved a win more if they actually were, you know, effective, but they weren't, I guess, and that's how football is. Gotta actually make those goals. But yeah, Hertha was crazy effective with the chances they had. Got the right version, though. Yeah, that's my favorite one for sure. Ah, okay, so it's more like the combat volume then. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let me maybe go back to 100% and just turn down the SFX volume maybe. Let's see how that is. Sounds good, I think. Thank you for the lurk, Ave. Oh, very nice, Shilla. That's good to hear, dude. Yeah, that's true. Like, there's definitely votes going on now where I think you're located. I saw the Heute show kind of like talk about it a little bit. But that's good that you participated in the vote as well. Yeah, dude, that's jersey for Dortmund. That's a disgrace. That's a disgrace to like every jersey ever created. Definitely sucks when you have to deal with the design for an entire season. But who knows, you know, maybe it's ugly, but it actually leads to success. Because it makes the enemies just almost die in pain of having to see it. You know? Maybe it's a psychological advantage. Wearing the jersey. Cheers, Amita. Thank you for feedback, dude.
Peaceful. Like home on a good day. No, it's hilly, mine. He felt like playing with the lambs. Blair preferred to feed them. And I was too busy dreaming.
And you?
Oh, I cooked them for dinner. The lambs, I mean. Oh, the girls were furious.
Yes, but they weren't hungry.
Try this on for size.
Endless spectral activities. You found an endless cluster of spectral activity. This type of cluster can be repeated. Its intensity difficulty will increase after each completion. You can recognize an endless cluster of spectral activity through its reddish ambient color. Ah. Yeah, I don't need to fight endlessly, to be honest. Oh, nice to meet you. There's a new trailer for Resident Evil 9. That game looks quite cool. I like the setting and atmosphere so far. Being like more apocalyptic. Exactly, Schiller. Confuse your opponent with ugliness. Get distracted.
Watch out! Spectre position. Ask for help if you need it.
Get back up!
It's coming for you!
What should we expect up there?
A gateway to the mythical Aralu, whatever that is. Otherwise, terrible tragedy, dark doings, sick secrets, and a wild guess.
Yeah, that's understandable. I haven't really opened Steam today yet, only to actually launch this game. So, I didn't have like an actual welcome screen happening. But I guess they're really pushing that marketing. Which is probably a good thing, you know, like... Shouldn't cheap out on that because it can really change a lot about how well your game is being recognized. But at the same time, I guess Resident Evil maybe not has to have that quite as bad as, for example, this game, which definitely missed out on marketing the game proper. Yeah, that's true. You know, you never know how optimized the game might be, and I mean, the latest Resident Evil game, I'm not sure how optimized it was, but it seemed to be quite demanding for hardware.
hogging all the fun.
Ah, shut it.
Yeah, that was the one I meant, the Resident Evil 4 remake, because that's like the most recently released game, at least, right? Like the probably most demanding title yet. But yeah, I mean, if that one is running, you know, well in your system, then I guess with a little optimization, the newest one shouldn't be much of an issue, hopefully. But yeah, you never know, you know. For example, if I end up using like extensive ray tracing technologies or something. Some of which might be turned on by default nowadays. Also, how much I might make it dependent on optimization features like upscaling technologies and stuff. Because, of course, right now lots of developers try, you know, those kind of means to optimize their games instead sometimes. The old mill.
Looks derelict. Is he really inside?
Someone's left us a fire camp to use.
Oh yeah? Yeah, that's unfortunate, you know. Like, it's of course cool seeing that it gets like revamped, you know, for its graphics, but I want to definitely make sure that it runs like relatively stable, especially being like based on such an old game. Did Oblivion Remastered use Unreal Engine 5 by any chance? Okay, we could upgrade the brooch here to level 5 already. Why not? Could also get a new ability here for Antea. That's pretty nice. Would also allow us to get some new abilities for Red over here. damage dealt is increased, but damage taken as well. So kind of like a glass cannon ability. I do like that a lot. But I want to make sure I actually get a new ability for red here as well, because right now I can only, I think, choose between these, you know, as well as here. So this is kind of like locking red's abilities for now. I guess I could get another one here instead for red. Okay, let's get Deep Outburst for now. Defeating an enemy with Outburst triggers an area of effect dealing spectral damage. Let's get the Bane Powder Bullets. Rifle hits refill the Banish gauge by 15%. Weak spot hits with a rifle refill the Banish gauge by 30%. And weak spot hits damage with a rifle is reduced by 15%. Come back when it's level 7. Okay, let me go offline and just grind a bit until my level 7. Then I'm going back online. Also be right back. Alright, I'm back. I got Jamita. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, you know. I mean, if I use Unreal Engine, I'm not sure if I did. But on one hand, you know, I like, of course, how liberating the engine can be for many developers, you know, not having to develop their own. And having, you know, an engine like that, that's actually really good to make games, you know, be, look, and feel like, you know, at least AA games, I guess. Even for like smaller budget developers, I guess. But yeah, that can definitely also be tricky to optimize, I guess, on one hand. On the other hand, I feel like it blurs a lot of games together nowadays. For example, when I was playing this game, Banishers, there's like quite a lot of assets that remind me exactly of Clair Obscur when I played it, you know. And yeah, that's something that people seem to point out a lot more now is, of course, there's so many games being based on the same engine. It might lead to less distinction between certain games. In some regards, at least. But yeah, optimization can definitely be also tricky. If you might not be very familiar with, you know, the whole engine. Hello there, Gorky, welcome in, and good day. Thanks for the stream, no worries, assertive. Catch you next time. Nice short stream, we made lots of progress. We played for 10% of the main quest. Or not even, we just made our way to the next main quest. Like location. Yeah, that's true. They did also switch to Unreal Engine for Witcher, didn't they?
Wards.
It's gonna be interesting.
A ward restrains me.
How well or not well optimized it's gonna be.
There you are.
Here I am.
You also came to the conclusion that you don't like the voids, that to play nothing interesting happens, no items, no secrets. Yeah, I was doing the one, you know, in the last stream, and I knew then that I didn't want to do any other one already. Because yeah, they just seem to be combat focused, and yeah, I don't know, the combat is not exactly the star of the game, you know.
I can make short work of this roadblock.
Yeah, hopefully so, Amita. You know, hopefully like a cooperation on that level will lead to the game being more optimized than other Unreal Engine games at least, but it's also a question of like, can systems handle it, you know? Are like people ready to handle it? And I mean, if it's gonna, you know, release on like PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X or not? Or if they're gonna wait until the next generation? But all those things could potentially compromise, you know, optimization as well.
I know.
Basically try and sprint to the end and that's it. We did a few voids yesterday to get some void splinters to upgrade some gear, but didn't enjoy. That's really unfortunate. I feel like if the gameplay was, you know, a bit more fine-tuned, then like the combat and stuff, you know, you had like more enemy variety and more like combos and stuff that were actually, you know, meaningful, mechanical. Then you could have a lot of fun with it, especially with like, you know, longer lasting fights. I mean, there's a lot of potential in like switching between two characters and two different ability sets and stuff. But yeah, their strength is definitely the narrative and story in this game, I think, and the world building.
Oh, there.
So definitely want to focus on those aspects also going forward, you know. Just focus really on the story stuff.
Guess we're not going that way.
There should be a way up here.
Ah, wait, did I miss something here? Yeah. I definitely focused it all on the story elements, which isn't bad, but the word combat feels a little lackluster to you, but I still 100% recommend this game. 100%, yeah. Yeah, that really seems to be the kind of like general opinion with a game, you know, like if you enjoy, you know, really good narrative and stories, you don't mind the gameplay, you know, being just average, then, you know, it's still 100% recommendation. But yeah, for some people it might be a game breaker, you know, if gameplay isn't really up to standards with, you know, being like more engaging and more fun to actually play. Especially when a game is also not super short either. It's not like a super long game, I guess, but it's not like a, you know, 10 to 15 hour type of game either. I guess with that length, the gameplay wouldn't maybe stick out quite as much after a while. If it was short, I guess.
What hides here in the dark? Come out, come out.
Studies on the Void. A collection of studies about the Void. Lemmy's symbol research. First symbol, drawing of a witch symbol, ineffective, to be paired perhaps with another symbol to double the effect. Second symbol, drawing of a demonologist symbol, absolute failure. Third symbol, drawing of another demonologist symbol, works if weakly. Fourth symbol, drawing of a first and third symbol mixed together, and the symbol is circuit. Try this. You don't like when you're on a story and you see you can climb up somewhere that's outside the story area, and then you get there and it's just a dead end with some leather and pyrite. Yeah, that's understandable as well. A lot of the loot, you know, doesn't really feel super meaningful, I guess, in a way. And yeah, it would help if there were like more exciting things to find. In general, I think they're very light on the loot, you know, like I wouldn't have minded finding some, you know, really cool weapons or like, you know, new outfits or whatever, but I still only have 2 outfits. And one I had to like go out of my way to actually buy off a vendor. But yeah, I guess I could have definitely made exploration more rewarding, more exciting in a way. Maybe give you like more lore pieces, you know, like world building elements. Especially since, you know, that's like their strength clearly. Lesser Palingenesis translated. An attempt to translate the Lesser Palingenesis ritual into common English.
Looks like Lammy was trying to translate some sort of ritual.
Not any ritual. This is the Lesser Palingenesis.
I guess no one warned Lammy that grimy reincarnation rituals were not without risk.
Maybe they could have added some more puzzle elements to get goodies while exploring. Maybe some more ritual options that aren't so set in stone. Yeah. I definitely could have worked with more puzzles for sure. Mix it with, you know, lore and world building elements. And also give you like some kind of like gameplay reward. And you would have kind of like catered to both people who wanna have, you know, fulfilling gameplay and wanna potentially learn more about the world, you know. Instead, it seems like you're getting more like lore dumps, I guess, in like individual areas. Etienne Rollet's note, 5th of September 1690. I was not mistaken about the hidden potential in this region. The veil between Aralu and our world is particularly thin and therefore conducive to breaches. The mad ambition of Capo Proctor only served to crack this already existing fragility even further. Poor amateurs. Now they are punished for eternity. However, thanks to their efforts, I will be able to gain a great deal of knowledge about Aralu and succeed where everyone else has failed. I requisition the help of Hesgood's son, who unlike his stupid father has potential, and therefore can be of great use to me. Together, we can achieve great things.
This relay lad seems dangerous.
His apprentice seems to be following him down the same path.
The Book of Lesser and Major Affirmations by Onomacritus.
So, what are you hiding in here, evil spawn?
Glancing at the original writing, Lami's work was poor. No wonder the ritual he spawned for Caleb from those botched words of power went wrong.
Lemmy's note. 10th of June 1695. I can wait no longer. Father may preach or loll about with his selectmen friends in town, but words will not save the people. We have the power and the duty to act, not to cower with fear for our reputations. But father has always feared the loss of reputation, to the point of abandoning his craft, leaving me to learn it in secret. For shame. If my father will not act, then I will. Lemmy. Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom. Indeed. The ancient writing from yesterday.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
Letter? Who from?
Yes, Garrett. Who from?
He doesn't speak well of his dad.
Did he seek power? Was he hoping to step out of his father's shadow?
If he did, he went the wrong way about it. We need to get to the top floor. Bet we'll find something.
A half-finished ghost watch.
More ghost wards. Someone was being extra careful. Over here. Look.
The Amulet of Akalade. Manifestation Spirit's point cost is decreased by 50%, but damage taken by Antea is increased by 30%. Yeah, I don't mind taking more damage at the moment. Let's use this one. Lemmy's research. Test 17. The subject immediately sensed my presence. Note, herbs have no particular effect on its senses. Test 18. Failure once more, yet it seemed to be deceived for a moment. Note, could this be linked to the organic tissue I used? Need to check. Test 19. Inconclusive. I may be able to fool it, but if I come nearer, it starts getting agitated. Note, test with Ghost Ward to increase effect. Test 20. Insufficient. Correct ingredients, could it be the symbols? Test 21. Still not working as expected. Test 22. I believe I'm onto something. We will finalize soon.
Why did he feel like he needed so much protection?
Hold on, did I miss something there? No, I didn't.
It's just a lift. Why is this mechanism so complex?
More magic mockery. He wished to disguise his presence, or perhaps to distract from it.
De Occulta Philosophica by Agrippa.
That book, again.
The Agrippa. That's not good. Not good at all.
What level of not good are we talking about exactly?
This book promises eternal life, but the promise is a trap. Let's hope it hasn't been used.
Should be useful.
Everton's Notebook, page 6. January 6, 1638. The day arrives. Soon our fervor shall fair be rewarded with the greatest gift. The company assembled, we read a ritual. Ethel and Anton have much to discuss aside. I care not. Eternal life beckons.
The lift should work now.
Hello there, Calix. Welcome in, dude. And good day. You think you missed this AC game? I think you did, yeah. The first Colonia AC game.
All this is more serious than we thought. I'm apprehensive, and not just because we're going underground.
We'll be careful. We don't know what Lammy was up to, and the signs are not encouraging.
Not you thinking Animal Crossing? Yeah, that's the thing too, right? Like some people associate AC more with Animal Crossing than
like it underground.
Assassin's Creed.
Darkness, the gloom, the cool air.
Really?
No, not really. Not at all.
Creeping ivy up ahead.
House balls. Another sorrow used as a guardian.
People say MK, you think Mortal Kombat or Mario Kart? Honestly, same. I also don't see Mario Kart often being shortened to MK quite as much. When we talk about it. Mortal Kombat, on the other hand, I've seen a lot more often be shortened like that. And that's even though I've never really played much Mortal Kombat, and I played a lot more Mario Kart in my days.
You're done.
One down. Now the others.
trouble's about.
Time to end this monstrosity. That was filthy. When all this is over, I might retire.
You'd miss it. You know you would. Red, come look. Dead animals, again. Different symbols and magic. Seems they were used as bait. Is this how we got through the Sorrow's vigilance?
Still impressive. So, here we are.
I suppose now we step into the void.
Suppose we do.
Oh my god, we finished the quest. What is this? Progress?
Dark rituals, void breach, general weirdness. Lammy can't be far.
Ghost wards. Cannot manifest.
Wards work well enough. You didn't need to kill so many bots.
Demonologists use necromancy. Maybe he thought he'd bring them back when he was done.
No worries, assertive. Take your time and catch you when I get back.
Why is it awfully calm?
The ward's power is gone. Much better.
Malaka, this is not Minoan.
Spectres. They haven't noticed us. Stay low. I'm at your side again.
Stay low, huh? And now what? These dudes are on the way.
Careful now.
An Ariadne's thread leading through the void. Very useful indeed.
Very useful right until it falls apart. Then you're stuffed like force meat in a turkey.
creepy hideout. The governor's spawn likes a bit of drama.
This one's different. Looks like it died diseased.
Harrow's map. A hand-drawn map of the Harrows with the initials ER. 2 places have been circled, the abandoned mill and God's Acre Cemetery. The veil between the Aralu and the Incarnate seems particularly thin in these 2 areas. A breach? This also reminds me of Muspelheim from God of War. That's true, yeah. Quite like that area. Had some pretty good combat challenges. Just a bit stressful, I guess, with the timer. Obscure demonology writings. Ghostly apparitions can be controlled or at least shepherded with a variety of known rituals. These must be performed with great care lest controlled be seeded. To potentially catastrophic effect. An illegible equation. If the words of power differ from 1.1 in intensity and appropriate protections are not carefully used, the ghost will appear, but will not bend to the demonologist's will. This is to be avoided on risk of widespread injuries, death or worse. Obscure? What about Claire? Yeah, within the obscure, there lies the Claire.
This is some dark, sideways magic.
It's forbidden. I've read it.
Sometimes I worry about you. Ugh, what is this thing?
Banisher rule number 4.
If it oozes, don't touch it. Another botched experiment?
It may be native to the void. So, you can see me. Aren't you full of surprises, young Master Haskell?
You may talk. A Banisher ghost. Amazing. How on God's earth did you find me? Never mind that. Thank the Lord you did. Thought I was going to grow old in here.
As hiding places go, the void is quite the choice.
Yes, an amazing place. Or plane? World? The Aralu is not easily described, but it makes a fascinating study. Tell me, how did you get past the Guardian beneath the mill? Did you use a decoy?
We fought it. Don't change the subject.
You fought it? Of course you did. A good thing too. I was starting to think it was wise to me tricks. Oh, but I have so many questions.
This isn't a social call, kid. And we're the ones with the questions.
Oh. Oh. Of course.
Kinda looks like an older Harry Potter. Yeah, for sure, those glasses and, I mean, the style of clothing and the hair. It's not overly different, I guess.
We must talk of Caleb Watson. Why in the hell would you give him a resurrection ritual?
Ruth's death hit poor Caleb hard. He was alone, and so I would often stop by his workshop. We talked. He took a keen interest in my studies and was a good listener. When he learned that she could possibly return, he had one question. How?
Hello there, Chrissy. Welcome in. Thank you so much for our follow.
Men bonding over bereavement and black magic. A pretty tale indeed.
I should have proceeded with more caution.
You shouldn't have proceeded at all. We have a witch hunt on our hands. You could face trial for this botched ritual.
Yes, and I'm sorry. I found it in a copy of De Occulti Philosophia by Cornelius Agrippa von Nettesheim. A remarkable book.
I've met my fair share of illustrious occultists. and none owned an authentic Agrippa. Much is lost in translation or altered in the printing. I doubt your copy is an exception.
Of course! The power is in the words, and mine were wrong, so the power went awry. How very fascinating!
Are you aware of what would happen if people learnt of your studies?
Surely the acquisition of knowledge cannot be a sin.
Do you remember Deborah?
Miss Comenius. Yes, of course, I remember.
Your father tasked us with an investigation. One way or the other, we must return with the mystery solved.
Ah. I think I understand what you're saying. I might be in a tiny little bit of, danger.
Tiny little bit of danger, you call it? Dude, you could be hanged and burned or something.
From the looks of this place, you're knee-deep in research. What are you doing here exactly?
Searching for the origin of the Harrow's Plague, of course. And I have a theory on the subject.
Of course you do. Go on then.
Now, at first, I believed the water poisoned, but my father sealed the well, and yet folk remained sick. They looked for witchcraft, a foolish, uneducated suspicion, yes, but with some truth concealed behind it. You see, the Araloo taints New Eden. Its influence leaches into the Harrows. The evidence is everywhere.
By the Araloo, do you mean the Void?
Neither name does it justice. This place is beyond words. The Araloo, Mr. McCraith, is made of the very fabric of our primordial myths. Isn't it amazing?
How can you be sure the Void has tainted the region?
In New Eden, the threshold between our plane and this is thin. Even I, a novice, may reach the frontier and then go beyond. I also believe it happened before. Some years ago, New Eden was hit by another epidemic.
Was it the same illness?
I believe that first epidemic was caused by the porosity of the frontier between New Eden and the Araloo. Although, where theirs was an affliction of burning flesh, ours is a corruption of mind and spirit. And I believe I have found its source. There is a substance, a strange ooze. You may have noticed it. This, I believe, is the true source of the Harrow's poison. It carries a particular stink, on the scent of which I experience first confusion, then a loss of control over my limbs.
What do you expect to find at the source of the ooze?
To find a cure. The ooze seeps into our world, sickening us. I may be able to stop it. Unfortunately, I cannot reach the source. The Araloo is a formidable place. Tricky. A maze constantly evolving, changing, reshaping itself. The isthmus, for example. I found an oozing crack in the ground. The terrain then remade itself, and I can get to it no longer.
Perhaps we might be able to find a way through and take a look at that source.
Would you? That would be splendid. Would you mind taking notes?
Is that Harry Potter? It's if Hermione Granger had Harry Potter's body, pretty much. Because he's kind of like a nerd on the level of Hermione, but he looks pretty much like an older Harry Potter.
You see ghosts. You stroll the Void as if it were your garden. You possess and share forbidden rituals. Who are you really?
I'm Lammy Haskell, and I am a man of many sciences. I am in fact a true pursuer.
That raises more questions than it answers.
What are the pillars of the universe? Which principles underpin existence? As occultists, do we change the world or scratch upon its surface? Each discipline I embrace peels back a new layer of reality. I'm yet at the beginning and see where I already stand. Amazing, no?
Hermione Potter or Harry Granger? One or the other.
You did not find the void breach beneath the mill by accident. You had help. Who taught you?
I did my research.
Suddenly, you're a man of few words.
I'd rather not involve those not present. Discretion, you understand.
Would we know that it's you know, the other demonologists who didn't want to work with your father anymore? Got plenty of proof.
Your father is convinced a witch poisoned his well. Caleb Watson was cursed by a ritual you gave him. I'd focus if I were you.
We must counter the devil with knowledge of his tricks. That, my father always said, is the purest of God's work.
Aye. I can imagine your father saying that.
When I was 10, he gave me my initiation. Demonology, sir, as he would say. He saw me as his heir. Then, of a sudden, the books were forbidden. So I stole them. The very same books he'd forced upon me as a boy. I understand them where he does not. I did no wrong, apart from a little theft.
You've studied demonology. Did you do it alone?
When my father forbade me to continue, I confess I disobeyed him in secret. Those big books were very boring until they were forbidden. Suddenly I could not get enough of their secret knowledge. Funny, eh? More recently, a good friend of my father showed me that I had only been scratching at the surface.
Who was your father's friend?
An itinerant Frenchman who often visited New Eden in recent years. He called himself a true pursuer. As a thinker, he was prolific and profound. My father was so proud to be included in his discourse. For him, knowledge is the ladder to greatness, and greatness is the prize. To me, knowledge is itself the prize.
Let's go take a closer look at that ooze then.
And with that sorrow gone, I can leave. Do be careful. My home is your home. If you need anything, help yourself.
The Araloo is not your home, Lammy. But thank you.
Pardon my morbid enthusiasm, Mistress Duarte, but could I ask you a few questions?
What do you wish to know?
Do you still need to eat? Do you feel hunger? Sorry, it's just, you're the first ghost I've met, in person, as it were.
I don't eat. Not in the way you do. I feel hunger. Again, not in the way you do.
Fascinating. And can you touch things, smell them? Are colours the same as you remember them?
My senses are different. It's difficult to describe how. I can see, sometimes touch. I cannot smell. Red tells me this is a blessing.
How do you manifest in this plane? Do you feel bound, or are you here by choice?
It feels as if I were clinging to a rope, high above the abyss. Even if I wished to let go, I could not bring myself to do it.
I see. What about your Banisher skills? Can you use them? Do the accoutrements of your craft still work? As a ghost, do they not harm you?
The marks on my hands and the rings on my fingers aren't actually there. They have no more effect on me than a memory.
Can you talk to any ghost you wish?
No. I sense traces of their presence. To talk to them, I must still do the work.
And yet here I am, talking to you. How marvelous. The dead are rarely as articulate, nor are they accommodating. In fact, they're often quite rude.
We should probably get going. Some other time, then.
But we've merely scratched at the surface of the great mysteries. I mean, look around us. We stand here beyond the ultimate frontier. Sorry. I mean to say, yes, Mistress Duarte.
The next 2 centuries are like, how many AC games do you want? Yes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, within, you know, this 18th and 19th centuries, especially 18th century, there's just so much. But I'm looking quite forward to it. I've already worked on the exact timelines of the Kenway saga. Almost finished with it.
Antea, we should get going. So, the pious governor's unassuming son is our evil Harrow's witch.
I was as earnest as he. Ah, the rank enthusiasm of youth. It's sickening, really.
Enthusiasm is sickening.
I don't know that I buy Lammy's hair of the dog theory. But I feel strange, and I suspect the ooze.
Only one way to find. Oh, God! I need a wee bit of help here.
Yes, I can take it. Ugh, Lammy was right. This stuff means business. Destroy those ghost wards, if you want me back. A ward restrains me.
Yeah, but where is it?
Sorry, not this time. Missed me?
Always.
This isn't over yet.
Oozes through the breach, suppurates like a festering wound.
How delightful.
Let's see what lies on the other side. Where are we now?
Underground, looks like.
Wonderful.
The ooh. Who goes there?
Is that a ghost?
I don't know. But I don't think we're alone. What might you be then?
What was...
Oh, shite.
Did you just say shite? You? It's bigger than I thought it'd be.
Is that a house from the Harrows?
We may be below the well.
No wonder they all got sick.
Something's here.
Hidden.
Inside the Pandora box. Since Pandora broke the jar, releasing all the proverbial curses upon mankind, epidemics are often considered a punishment or an ordeal imposed by the gods. Stuck in the narrow side, scientists beg to differ and prefer to search for natural causes to the many consequences. As often the answer is somewhere else, between these rival conceptions and at the same time beyond them. Undoubtedly, all the epidemics do not come from a breach in the fabric, or the incarnate, but the regularity, the periodicity, and the malignity of such incidents throughout the world should all be counted as evidence of such breach and influence of the other side. The Aralu, the Great Below, after all, wasn't Pandora's true name Anesidora, she who sends up gifts, as in, from within the earth? Healers, doctors, priests, and witches all should search for those signs like the true pursuer does. For until they seal off the void's breach oozing off the gifts of the underworld, they will remain like ants trying to stop a forest fire. As long as blind zealots arresting and hanging sorcerers and worshippers who supposedly spread the disease, where most of the time those cultists assembled here because oozing gifts caught them in the first place, they will be like sheep confusing the sheepdogs with the wolves. Offering opportunities for the true pursuer to investigate without being noticed, I suppose. I'm going to love looking for that ill mouth nearby New Eden. ER. Cotton Mather's pamphlet. And the woman, being astonished thereat, confessed those things to be true, and that she and other persons named in this preternatural discourse had had familiarity with the devil. Being asked whether she had made an express covenant with him, she answered she had not, only as she promised to go with him when he called, which accordingly she had sundry times done. Elden Ring? It's a sign. Hey, we found the one ring. Using leap increases the damage of an next punch attack by 150%. I actually like the Jovian glow a bit better right now. Letter from Emmett T. Gibbs. Providence Town to Antipas and Clemency Gibbs, the Harrows, New Eden. Dearest parents, Ruben and I are settled here in Providence. Our home is quaint and quite lovely. You would like it, I think. Or perhaps you would argue against the colors of the drapes. We attend the meeting house with rigor. The sermon Sunday last was particularly beautiful, and I am certain you would have enjoyed it. Men of piety there are yet in New England. In your last letter, you mentioned that the farm has seen some trouble. If God tests you, I'm for sure that you will pass this examination. However, should you need it, Ruben will be delighted to make you a loan. We may also consider a visit should you agree to certain stipulations on your behavior and manner of speaking, particularly to Ruben, who deserves neither wheedling nor snide remarks. Your daughter, Amity.
This house belonged to a certain Antipas and Clemency Gibbs.
Gibbs Farm Account Books, Spring 1695. War repair, tiffs, ale and bread, candles, carpenter wood, sundries. Revenues 80 pieces of 8. Corn, horse meat. Winter 1695. Tiffs and taxes, ale and bread, candles, to repair, season wood. Revenue 95 pieces of 8. Corn and barley. Autumn 1694. Tiffs and taxes, ale and bread, candles, meat, to repair, harvest, hands. Revenue 152 pieces of 8. Corn, barley, vegetables. So basically, they used to get a lot more revenue for the investment here. In spring it's only 80 pieces of 8 here. Whereas in autumn or summer of previous time, we had 275.
The Gibbs' land was barren. They were struggling for money.
Look up. The ooze,
Mr. and Mrs.
through
Gibbs.
the very stone.
Have you read my paper?
I read it, aye. And then I washed my hands and prayed for grace. You claim to prove that there is no curse. Well,
A witch would say that, wouldn't she?
Wherever people gather to live, disease takes hold, and I believe... What are you doing?
your evil lies shall be destroyed. We know who you are, and you shall be judged. Witch!
They were determined to do for her. She built a case for her rationality, and they tore it apart.
And of all of them, just this one house fell down.
Maybe it was personal.
Was the Gibbs' house targeted by the ooze?
Obviously. Look around you.
Away with you!
Note to the Gibbs. I thank you for a note. God himself knows times are hard. That you could not honor our last order of grain was understandable. We find ourselves in a similar position, and upon the death of our last cattle, must cancel our next order. Please find and close the balance of our account, which we shall consider closed, at least until better times are come again. God save us all from this curse. Richard Mellons.
Mrs. Gibbs, I presume.
More efficient than cannon powder. Another shadow.
What do they want? Red, something is keeping me from manifesting.
In here? Ah, shite. I see a ghost ward. What are they doing down here?
Welcome back, Assertive.
I can't help you.
Yeah, there must be another ghost ward still.
Better.
You're welcome.
Now let's inspect the body.
Expected no less from you, Mrs. Gibbs. Hey! More fun.
Someone didn't want to stay dead.
Clemency Gibbs' diary. Esco and his town flock are here, fled from their homes. We have room for all in the harrows. There's a mold on the wall near the front door. I shall scrape it off. The mold has turned sickly black and oozes between the boards. The crops, such as they were, have failed. The governor and his band of weak-hearted souls have brought the curse with him. May the Lord deliver us. The black stuff is everywhere. Folk sicken, hard of breathing, and bleeding from every orifice you'd care to mention, and some you would not. The devil spits and we are flooded with it. I'm minded of 7 years ago, when plague last hit. I pray to God to grant me, Clemency Gibbs, and my loyal and moderately capable husband, Antipas, for wisdom to once again out the witch. God will not help us because our governor uses magic. His boy, what's his name, the idiot, he put a pagan totem by the house. I tore it down. Antipas said he saw Haskell throw something into the well, and then the earth shook. What are the Haskells up to?
Clemency Gibbs blamed the epidemic on a witch. Come from New Eden time with the governor.
That's not what Deborah's research pointed at.
The Gibbs were not at home to rational explanations. See anything?
Either the water table is full of ooze, or there's another source.
Let's search upstream.
That was the quickest fight ever.
Over there.
Elusive little buggers.
Red, I can't manifest anymore.
And you will not be judged. Forgive.
Those echoes we're hearing are the shadows speaking.
They always appear near the ooze.
So do the whispers.
But which came first?
It's a pretty cool area, assertive. Very atmospheric. Very dark. But very fitting.
Here, I found something. I can't, Rory. Off we go then.
The voice, or rather, Psycho. The Psycho voice. That's how Psycholexia's soul sounds like.
The whispers say the same things over and over.
What kind of entity would be so obsessed?
I don't know. I'm drawing a blank.
So war keiner der kleinen Wurfer hier?
That specter's looking for a body. Think you could take on a ghost?
This looks perfectly drinkable.
Famous last words.
Why hasn't the poison spread to the groundwater?
Perhaps it shifts and shapes, like the void. Well, at the very least, it shifts. Looks like the ooze comes from a distinct source.
That's why? Yeah. Didn't investigate with the water yet. And was some enemies.
This whole country is rotten to the core.
And you're just now reaching this conclusion?
If I wanted your opinion, I'd give it to you.
Perhaps if you gave me the space to have one, then we'd both be better off.
This whole country is rotten to the core. That's one way to talk about America. The USA, I mean.
Someone came through here, someone real, not just a shadow.
This is how I kill the fear. This is how I die.
Whoever it was, looks like the ooze got him. What do you think, Antea?
You wanted the space to have your own opinion. I'm giving it to you.
This must be Antipas Gibbs. Hell of a fall to live through. Now join in any time, Antea.
What do you think I'm doing?
This is God's land. How could we let a witch come to our community? Instructing our children, no less.
'Tis no surprise. New Eden brims over with backsliders. The governor, chief amongst them.
Aye, many had to sicken and die for him to act. But the deed is not yet done.
We must fight the Lord's good fight and cast the devil out for good. Many want to try the witch, aye, and many want to see her dead.
Reinforcements!
Think you could take on a ghost? Did we miss a few?
Those things came from the ooze. They're like those oriental shapeshifters we fought in Bremen.
The Gibbs were so angry. Pure entitled bigotry.
Maybe they were affected by the ooze. I mean, we've been snapping at each other since we got here. Something's toying with us.
I think they made the ooze. I don't think the ooze made them.
They say Bremen? Like Bremen? I didn't look at the subtitles, so I didn't see how it was written. But Bremen would actually be a German city, like to the north.
This is the source. How do we get to it?
And I mean, you know, given that he's a Scotsman, wouldn't be unlikely that he traveled to the north of Germany at some point. But I'm not sure if I understood that correctly, though.
Something tells me this is the condemned well. Do you think you could get that bucket down? The bucket is tainted. The bucket is tainted. A strong memory clings to this place.
Clemency sounds like a Kate thick skin a bit. Yeah. That's true actually. A little bit, yeah. I did do Dr. Darling and do Hollow Knight. I hope you enjoy it. I still haven't played those games.
A ghost left a fragment of their past here.
The devil still breathes through her mouth. We are cursed, and you are stolen.
Clemency, Antipas, please. The woman has been jailed. As per custom, she will face trial and justice will be brought to this community.
Coming from a magic user himself. But can you or your demonologist discernment really be trusted?
How dare you insinuate such blasphemy? I'm a man of faith.
Then do what God commands of you. Governor, we ask for safety. If we do not get it, there will be consequences.
A set of Urim and Thummim, tools of divination and claromancy, thought to reveal the will of God.
The governor used Urim and Thummim, and that made his flock suspicious.
Divination stones. He must have thrown them down the well when he sealed it. Why now?
Hiding the evidence perhaps of his role in the witch trial. They connected him to the demonology he used to reinforce his authority.
That echo proves that things were getting out of hand. For his son's safety and his own, Haskell must have feared the suspicious mob.
All deserted you, none supported you.
This can't be good.
Who are you?
Confess! Let them speak!
If we speak, so you listen?
Impudence! Provocation! Read the charges!
Let Urim agree. You have blood on your hands and witness in your heart. Guilty!
Sworn to vanquish evil. You conspired with witches.
Sworn to banish all ghosts. Instead, you embrace one.
The charges: cowardice, sentence. Pain hereafter.
I only seek the truth.
Truth is a poison, hostily ignorant. That poison will end you.
Bloody hell. Is that me? That's a cheap trick. Let me end this.
I can help.
What the hell just came out of that shadow?
It's working. Keep at it. I never wanted this. I hate the very thing I've become.
Poisoning the body politic. You portray yourselves as saviors sent to deliver us. But with your dark hearts, the evil only worsens. Your witches and witches must die.
And Taya died to help New Eden. And still we fight this curse.
What more do you want from us?
Hellspawn!
Judgment. The guilty are known. Now justice is ours.
Sounded like they farted into non-existence, well. That was a funny sound. Yeah, and we actually got a new outfit. What is this?
Can we...
The Blessed Garb. Melee attack and punch attack damage is increased by 10% for each manifestation in cooldown. Sure thing. I'm just happy to have some variety in like outfits, to be honest. And this one doesn't look too bad, actually.
Please get out of here.
Where did the cute even come from? You have never encountered that. So remember that witch in the swamp? She's also a vendor and she's actually selling that outfit. Don't ask me why a witch in New England has a Scottish kilt, but yeah, she did.
That was awful. This trial. It was as if Deborah wanted us to face what she had faced. But all I feel is beaten.
I feel powerless. I were always one move behind. Justice miscarried here.
Of course. That's it. I know what that was. Such spectre of injustice has a name. The mythical infamy. I've only read about them. They're so rare, most think them a myth.
Haskell's cowardice is to blame. To save his own arse, he condemned a woman he knew to be innocent.
And so a terrible ghost was born, and sickness piled on sickness. Haskell has so much to answer for.
You didn't buy anything from Ceridian? That's definitely fair, yeah. I was kinda very desperate for an outfit change, so was glad to see that she was actually selling something.
I felt it too.
Didn't expect a Scottish kilt though. I would say that.
Seems to be stuck. Something's here.
Hidden.
That down there, it was... I was tense. I was impatient.
Me too. That infamy really got to us.
Years of anger coursed through me. Yet now I can't even remember why.
Me neither. This is what an infamy does. It's over now. We're here.
I said something to hurt you. I'm sorry.
I forgive you. And I hope that you forgive me too.
It was a cool boss presentation. The fight, not so much. Yeah. Yeah, the combat is definitely a bit, you know, basic in a way. But yeah, as Zerto said, I'm playing also on the easiest difficulty. So
How refreshing it is.
it might, you know, be a bit more engaging or like, you know, difficult, struggling on a higher difficulty.
There is nothing that keeps... One thing above all else, my friends, is true. The wicked are at odds with themselves.
Oh, good. His latest sermon. We haven't missed it.
Yeah, I was just being silent there, assertive. That's definitely understandable, yeah. I definitely imagine it being definitely more difficult at least, you know. Not sure how much more difficult, but definitely deal less damage and the enemies wouldn't die quite as quick.
The Lord's promise of salvation from hell pleases them. The Lord's salvation from misery and sin here on earth does not.
This doesn't look like salvation from misery and sin.
The wicked pray for deliverance from the fires of hell, while piling the kindling high. They proclaim their love for their Lord, yet, in His name, they serve themselves. Their self-regard crumbles in the light of their hateful iniquities.
So true.
Mr. McCraith, my friend, I'm so glad you agree. Now, the wicked man never questions...
I have your answers.
What? Yes, good. Perhaps we should discuss this privately, if you'll give me just a moment.
It's quite the story. You might not wish to hear it. Neither may the good people here.
Please, this is not the time.
We want to hear the story. Let the Banishers speak.
Tell them, Red. Tell them good.
Aye. There's a story that starts with a question. A question for you, Governor. And maybe for all the good people of New Eden. If I give you a witch, will you do what you did to Deborah Comenius?
Comenius, say you? The school teacher walked with the devil and paid the appropriate price. That's the beginning of the history and also its end.
Is it, though? Now, I've learned much about Deborah Comenius and what happened to her, and it tells a very different tale.
And what story, pray you, does it tell?
It tells the story of a man, a latter-day King Solomon. When plague struck his subjects, they turned to him for guidance and protection, for they were God-fearing folk, and he was a godly king. The king turned his flock to God, but it was not enough. The plague spread on. The king, worried about his position, needed a sacrificial lamb.
You lose the run of your tongue, Mr. McCraith, and of the head to which it's fixed. There was no lamb. There was a trial, fair and lawful.
The trial was not fair. You had no proof, and you knew it.
Credible witnesses gave believable testimony, sir.
Witnesses like Gibbs, who pressured you into a guilty verdict to avoid being suspected of witchcraft yourself.
There was pressure, I'll not deny it. But I did what I did to protect the colony. It was a difficult time.
The picture of yourself that you hold in your mind is that of a great occultist.
To repel the devil, the wise and fearless man must learn the Black Spy's tricks.
Do you then consider yourself a true demonologist?
In order that a war be just, 3 things are necessary. Firstly, the authority of the sovereign. Secondly, a just cause. Thirdly, a rightful intention.
Aye, the Summa Theologiae of St. Thomas Aquinas, a classic quote from which you have conveniently omitted an important detail. To wit, a just cause is required, namely that those who are attacked should be attacked because they deserve it on account of some fault.
Dr. Darling, am I going to watch the final later? The third place game starts soon. I had to actually think a bit when you said final, because I wasn't too sure what you meant, but you're talking about basketball, right? I was like only really noticing something about the basketball Euro like on the side. So is Germany in the final then again? Yeah, I think I read something about Turkey winning against Greece or something. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch it to be honest. But of course, I hope that Germany wins regardless. Are you gonna watch the game for third place and the final?
Have you ever wondered what lies beyond the veil, past the hem, beyond the invisible? Have you ever heard of the Araloo?
What gibberish is this?
No? Your good friend Etienne Roulet did not, it seems, deign you worthy of his secrets. Never mind. You're a pompous coward, fearful of anyone different, as human as that is.
There must be a man to judge, or there is no order. A man to make the judgment, and a man to enforce it. Of all people, you know this.
I live and let live. I choose only for the dead.
I choose for the living. These people are sinners, sir, and must be led back to the light. This is my mandate, my duty.
What do you really want, Governor?
I wish only to serve. I am the trusted servant of the good people of New Eden. Without me, they're lost.
Without them, you would be lost.
Yes. Maybe I do need them. Very human of me. But these people undoubtedly need me, Mr. McCraith. And there is no one else.
Admit it. You toy with magic you don't understand.
You, sir, are jealous.
I, sir, am tired. I've done my job, fulfilled my contract, I've found the source of the curse.
The poison below the well is no more. No thanks to you.
Aha! Poison it was then. The weapon of the wicked, to weaken the people's will. What was it? Belladonna, hemlock, foxglove?
Betrayal. Truth unspoken. Secrets and lies. Wrongs, basically. Your wrongs. The wrongs you visited upon Deborah Comenius. The wrongs that led to her death.
She died at the hand of the body politic. She died at all our hands. Most of all, she died at her own.
She died because she would not submit.
'Twas not my plan to kill her, stupid, stubborn woman. Why did she not confess? I would have granted clemency. I would have shown her mercy.
Alright, here we are. Big choice time. Hello Verdex, welcome in dude. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you're doing well. If it's a copy of a semi-final, you would turn off a TV. Or was it that bad? I mean, that's fair, you know. It's not like, you know, that game counts for that much either anymore. Sacrifice. Yeah, I would say this is probably one of the first choices I, you know, wouldn't mind going for the sacrifice option. I'm not particularly a big fan of Ferrifex Esco. But then again, I'm not really much of a fan of sacrificing people in general. But yeah, I don't want to leave him in charge for. So it would be nice to have an option in between, you know, kind of like this, kind of like ban him from his community or something. Did you choose to sacrifice him, Assertive? Doing good, Dex. Great Sunday thus far. How about you? That's great to hear, Dex. I'm glad that you're having a good Sunday and weekend. And yeah, I'm doing good. Having a nice chill Sunday over here. Playing a bit more of this game. That'll be very fun, Assertive. Yeah, if I replay the game, then I wouldn't mind, you know, going like full-on Evo and sacrificing everyone either. Blood must be spilled. Well, the thing is, we can definitely sacrifice him and we're still good with our oath. Because that will be the first people or the first person we will sacrifice. And all the others have been, you know, spared or ascended. So, or banished, I guess. You didn't? You only blamed Benedict, or was it Jacob? You can't remember who of the two lived. Yeah, that's fair if you're also like trying to trigger the Ascension ending. Yeah, I mean, over here it says it only works, like the Resurrection Ritual only works if the largest number of setters are sacrificed, and with this one being the first, it shouldn't really matter. I don't think. Or maybe it will lead to her, like, to Antea's banishing instead of Ascension. Oh, very nice, Dex. That's great to hear, dude. Best of luck with the Syndicate trophy hunting. There's definitely some tough ones there. Or at least, you know, some time-consuming stuff. But yeah, I'm actually gonna go and sacrifice the dude. I wanna see what happens. And I can't stand his face anymore.
You had the power to stop the madness, but instead you chose to let it run all the way to its barbaric conclusion. You brought the curse down on New Eden. Then you called we Banishers in to fix your mistake. You boast of your knowledge of demons and spirits, but in truth, you master nothing. You're a peacock. All show and no meat. I'm not here today to bring justice. But this man, your governor, brought death to your doors. He deserves blaming. And shame on me if I don't do. Hell's bells!
No!
Friends, have I ever not served the interests of our community? Have I not protected you? Have I not loved you?
Death to the dead.
This is unfair.
Is the evil gone for good?
Far from it.
Then who will protect us?
I will. While Mr. McCraith fights the curse of New Eden, I will protect the people of the Harrows. Or at least, I'll try. Now let's all return to our homes and pray for forgiveness and the strength to bear the consequences of our actions. Your fee. One of the many debts my father left me.
You'd best put your own debts first, young Master Haskell.
Don't I know it?
I hate this place. Rest up, then please, let's get out of here.
Yeah, Lemmy was very concerned about his father's passing, wasn't he? I like how he's immediately fine about it and it's like, immediately, yeah, you know, I'm gonna take over now. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. The only one that looks like a Peter is the 100% sync on all the main missions. Honestly, I didn't think it was too bad with Syndicate. Like, there's definitely some games that it's like a bit more frustrating and difficult to do with. But Syndicate was actually fairly forgiving, I feel like, with 100% sync requirements. Especially since you can, quick, like, checkpoint restarts and stuff. But yeah, the achievement that I liked the least was probably the one where you had to destroy all the, objects. Like thousands of objects. Just because of how time-consuming and dull it felt. The sync requirements is at least, like, challenging and fun to complete. That was quite satisfying indeed. Yeah, I didn't really want to have Fairfax as a leading person anymore. If I could spare him and he would like be banned here, then, I wouldn't probably have chosen that, but I didn't want to have him in charge anymore. Amy seems to be very much grieving. Yeah. Immediately looting his father for loot, for like money. Did you notice it? Did I catch it? That the woman was the nightmare? Or what do you mean? You did the destroy objects in your original playthrough, thank goodness. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that definitely is a good one to get out of the way because, yeah, it's quite the grind.
You're angry. Can tell.
Of course you can. Aren't you angry?
I'm more disgusted. This region is doomed. I know it in my bones.
There's no shortage of suffering around here.
Askell saw to that when he ordered Deborah's execution. I know that we're together, and it makes us strong, but I'm still wary.
I kinda liked how after the sacrifice, how she kinda like manifested back there for a second. Into human form almost. You spared him, but afterwards nobody respects him anymore. That's understandable, since no matter what you choose, his lies are still being exposed there. You never made the link first, but you saw her and was like, damn, she looks like a nightmare. You don't know if we knew beforehand that Deborah was. Maybe you didn't pay attention. I don't think so. I think it's only implied, like heavily implied, basically. But yeah, her story and, the unjust trial of her and what she of course tells us in the beginning, and then, the definitely similar, hairstyle and face definitely leads us to believe that, she's a nightmare.
Don't lose yourself. You've done far more than I could ever have asked.
I'll do what it takes, and gladly. You need not ask it.
The closer we get to my body, to the truth about what happened here, the stronger I feel. My senses rise. It's as if I can taste the silence, smell the scent of wood smoke, feel the warmth of your body, feel Deborah's wrath. I feel it as if it were a part of me. I understand her anger. I feel her rage and can't help but relate to it. But that anger of mine, that fear, I thought when I left home, I'd left them behind.
You thought by becoming a Banisher, you'd overcome your anger and fear.
I thought at least I'd gain control. I'm a big bad Banisher. I fear no ghost. But this whole ordeal has shaken me to the core. So much so that the sister I thought was gone for good seems to be winding her way back to me.
Your sister, Ayomide, wasn't it?
No. As a child, before I left Cuba, I had a friend. I chose to call her my sister. That night, the night I died, I dreamed of her. I dreamed of Calendre.
It's a really cool detail because I was always wondering where she actually stemmed from, like where she came from exactly. But now she basically confirmed that she was living on Cuba as a kid. That is true, assertive, yeah, they do say that. That nightmare is only created by extreme wrongdoings. I was kind of having that theory since the very beginning that, you know, it might be connected to a witch trial. Given, you know, that it's just a very kind of like close event that happened, you know, at the time. Like the famous Salem witch trials happened 3 years prior to this. And the way the nightmare kind of like talks about what was happening made me believe that it was very likely that she was wrongly accused of being just that. But she was also betrayed by her lover, the way she says it. Which is why I think she also ends up killing Antea like that. I think she's like even more angry towards the Banisher couple because they are in love. And love is something that betrayed her.
Did you go looking for her? Was she near him? It's not beyond the realm of possibility.
It's so far beyond the realm of possibility you wouldn't believe it. No, she wasn't there. But I heard her voice. I'd swear on it. How could that be?
The nightmare, perhaps?
I don't think so. The nightmare felt close. This felt like it came from further away. As if from a different realm of being altogether.
What did you hear her say?
I don't know. I don't remember. I think she said we were family. Never to be divided.
She's after my job. She can't have it. I'm your family now. Nothing's tearing us apart.
Death has already torn us apart.
I hate this is where we are. I hate that I'll have to say goodbye. But for now, I'll do everything in my power to catch you.
This is how we win. Thank you for being the kindest soul I've ever met.
Thank you for being the bravest.
Oh shit, that's a lot of new skills here. Ensnare. Antea can alter the veil's fabric around a target and restrain it. Efficient against creeping ivy, Red can destroy the lesser specters hidden inside its butts. In combat, Antea can catch her foes in an ethereal web, dealing a small amount of damage. Hit an enemy affected by Ensnare reduces weaving effect duration. Let's get Reflex. Damage dealt by Red is increased by 20%, but damage taken is increased by 10. Do you remember who the Love Bomb was, right? Yeah, that was Kate, wasn't it? Thickskin's sister. The Inquo quest completed. Alright, finally we go into Fort Jericho. The proper order would have been to do that first actually before getting to this point apparently, but it happened. The fuck?
Ceridian?
Holy shit.
Hurry, please.
Ceridian, what's wrong? I don't think she can hear us. We need to go back to the swamps.
Was that really Ceridian? How did she pull that trick?
I think maybe she used the invisible to speak to us through the crow.
Pity it doesn't work both ways. Imagine having a conversation with someone far away.
Imagine having a conversation with someone far away. You mean like we're having right now? Imagine if that was possible. You're only about 200 years away from that being a possibility. With a telephone. But yeah, let's go ahead and have a save here, because this is gonna be where we'll go ahead and take a break. But we're not yet done for this stream. I'll return in a bit. And then we're gonna start the next quest. Grief and Rancor. Hello there, Bioshock. Welcome in. And good day to you. Hope you're having a good one so far. Thank you, Assertive. I definitely will. And yeah, if you guys want to grab something to eat or drink or something, now would definitely be a good time, because I'll be gone for at least 15 minutes. And then we shall return to some more ghost hunting. Alright. Welcome back to more of Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden. And yeah, part 5 of our playthrough. We're gonna carry on here now that we have finished the Heroes storyline with Fairfax Haskell. We've actually sacrificed him, which was the first sacrifice we ever performed on anybody in the game. And yeah, now his son, Lemmy, is in charge, which honestly I don't mind quite as much. So not unhappy about the outcome, but yeah, it would be interesting how that impacts the story further, if it does. It was a long break. Yeah, definitely was. Yeah, that's just a common theme, I guess. You know, whenever I say 15 or 20 minutes, then it's gonna be at least half an hour or something. But that's why I said today it's gonna be at least 50 minutes. But I didn't say like a max on purpose.
Knock, knock.
So I can't go through this door for some reason. Maybe I still have to trigger like another thing at the bonfire? Hello Varrot, welcome in dude. How's it going, Senny? And welcome in. Hope you're having a nice Sunday, and I hope you also had a good stream today. Hope your playthrough is going well too. Definitely is, yeah. We made some actual progress today with the main story. I finished a pretty major one, and yeah, it was the first time I also decided to sacrifice someone instead of sparing them or like, you know, doing something not quite as mean maybe towards a person. But that dude, I felt like, you know, he definitely deserved it on some level. I mean, hard to say that anyone ever deserves death, I guess, but in the context of what's happening here, you know, I wasn't really unhappy about his passing. But yeah. The timing of a knock-knock when you're near the door. Knock-knock. And it's like, oh shit. Better just leave here. So I guess I have to actually rest here, do I?
Can you feel it? I have goosebumps.
The veil is tearing at the seam.
I think this could be connected to that glitch that could have happened if you do the main story in the order that I have done. Because you're supposed to actually do the Fort Jericho quest first. But apparently doing it in the order that I've done creates like an issue. I think that's why they like decide to auto-teleport you here maybe.
If I bruise the bud so the specters inside show themselves, you could shoot them.
For some reason the game is like auto-pausing.
Once free.
What the fuck? The game is just going back into pause by itself. For some reason.
The ivy should quickly wither.
is the game doing to me? That's really weird. Maybe I have to replug in my controller or something. Let me see if that does anything. Rod, great to hear. Always good to make more story progress. You imagine it's a game where you can have it happen either way depending on a character's deeds. You're doing well, thanks, had a great stream, completed the London and Jorvik story arcs and got revenge on that Zealot. Also killed another Zealot after 2. Oh, that's really good, dude, yeah. Yeah, that's one A4 wine, was it? That seemed to be a right hunt. To say it mildly. Because, yeah, just super tanky it seemed, and especially with a shield and like pushing you back over time. But that's good you got revenge on that one, and that you also got another one completed. I really like those, you know, city story arcs in Valhalla. Giving you back that kind of like more classy Assassin's Creed feeling with, you know, some proper assassinations. The game is possessed. Yeah, not quite sure what's happening. But it wasn't the case before the break at least, so not too sure. Okay. Not quite sure if I'm getting this right here. I gotta destroy this thing. I don't quite get how this is supposed to work. Because I'm kind of like doing that skill, but doesn't really seem to be doing much here. Rob, that's the one. You got the skill where time was slow on a well-timed dodge. That really helped, plus getting skills into light attack damage, cause that applies to being unarmed as well. That makes sense, yeah, for sure. Since you definitely, you know, more like, or you would be doing more like light attacks being unarmed most of the time. But yeah, that's what I also thought the brush with death skill, the kind of like slow-mo ability. That really helps a lot against the Zealot because they have like so many quick attacks. In order to be able to hit in between those combos that they're doing, that skill is kind of like a necessity. Just makes boss fights in general so much easier, but yeah, it's great to have. Like something is happening. But it doesn't do anything. Like we push this kind of like orb a bit further, I guess. Yeah, I don't get this whatsoever. Like, what am I doing wrong here? Also didn't get to read the full description of the tutorial, so that doesn't help.
Thanks for the gardening tip.
Okay. So that's what we had to do. A bit contrived. Also got the skill where on successful dodge or parry you can drop a smoke bomb that might help too for future really high power levels edits. Definitely does. It's a bit unfortunate that that's the only way to actually trigger smoke bombs in the game, except for the Wrath of the Druid's ability with the range attack. But that's of course something you can't use either, since it's connected to the bow. But it's good that you at least have a smoke bomb.
That ivy from the other side.
You know, in that kind of way. Definitely good to kind of like disengage or use the stun effect.
The wards have weakened.
Ceridian's power wanes.
It's cool you can switch between characters at will. Other certain attack combos you can do with both. Yeah, so there's basically one where you attack 3 times with red and then switch to Antea, for instance, with a laser attack. Like this. And there's also one where you kind of like parry and then switch to Antea and then she does like a counter attack. So there's definitely a few like timed mechanics. Mostly for Antea, the ghosts kind of like take over at the end of a combo, for instance. But yeah, that's also how the skill tree kind of works. Like some abilities for red will then in turn unlock abilities for Antea. And you kind of like have to get first the red ability to be able to unlock them. But that also happens vice versa. Like over here, you first have to get an upgrade for Outburst before you can get some upgrades for red. And yeah, some of those definitely work together. I quite like that mechanic for sure, you know, switching between the two characters. And it's a good way to kind of like have you also have some variety between exploration and combat.
I can feel it.
Oh there! Where could they be?
I wonder. seems to me it must be something within the house that I've missed here. I mean, this place kinda looks like you could maybe jump in here, but you can't. I mean, there's nothing inside here, I don't think. It looks like there's something behind the carpet here, but nothing I can really interact with. Maybe over here?
Crows. They flock to that great tree up there.
The Banishers are here.
Already? How unfortunate.
You called us.
Did I? I thought I had more time. In the end, it runs out for all of us. As I depart this old carcass, I leave no burning heart behind. Go or stay. To prevail, you must first set your heart at peace. When at last you face the nightmare, you must both be clear on what you want. You must.
What do you mean?
It is not for me to give you answers, only to prepare you for what awaits. Then we can all go to sleep. Seeker doesn't hate you, Rory. She's just not used to being trusted. Protect her. For me. You're too late, old mosshead, as ever. Time for peace. I forgive you, old man.
spirit of Arno Dorian with a clock, a pocket watch. Moss said, that's a good insult too. Almost as good as Piss Pot.
Soldiers, bring me her head!
You're within gun range, Red.
Away with you!
Focus on his army, Manager!
I'm right here, you know.
Take armed soldiers in charge! I'll get you! You'll handle this! Atone your death!
Old Mosshead is no more. He'll never drink from your skull now, will he? Another ancient promise broken. But what about me? How do I live now? You're all I ever had, and all I'll ever have. Can I set the world on fire now? I just want to see it burn. A pity. Farewell, then. She took me in when no one else wanted me. She taught me to stand up straight.
Leave her be. For now.
Damn. Rest in peace, Ceridian. Moss Piss Pothead. Now that's an insult. I like it. Thank you for the GG's, Amita. And hope you had a good nap.
I am tired of all this death.
Want to talk about it?
I will do.
Man, I really wish there was like an official release soundtrack for this game, because there isn't to this day, and I have no idea why. Maybe I have to go ahead and actually release a soundtrack myself. Go into the game files.
Once I've bruised the heart, destroy the wisps within its roots.
No, I'd almost fancy my own garden.
Trust me, you don't want a garden.
It definitely reminds me a lot of God of War, with the time-based kind of like puzzles, where you had to use your X-throw to kind of destroy the rune symbols. Strange times to come. One day to come, soon enough. I order you to find a man unconscious by the shore. I already asked, I may again. These will be strange times, my dearest, so you must be ready. Times of sadness and mourning, through the courses of weird suns and moons in the sky. Frozen days in the eerie and cold air of a long-lasting winter. Repetitions of events you already lived. Unpleasant feeling of suspended time. Endless days and weeks. I wouldn't dare to claim I fully know how or why this will happen. There are so many mysteries which eluded me, for the better good, I suppose. When these times will come, be ready, again, for the unbalance will be strong. Even the death may come back from future you already faced. And it will be our task to restore the balance. Again.
What will become of Seeker now?
She'll try to make sense of her pain. Or perhaps she'll sit with it a while.
If she has regrets, she must tame them.
Grief knows no rulebook.
I remember Aoife's wake. Friends and neighbours came from miles around. We stood and watched over for a day and a night. There was food and drink, song and dance. We honoured and rejoiced in the life she'd led, short as it was. I did not have a wake when my father died. Nor my mother, nor Blair or Anik. But we were running from our enemies and barely had time to bury them. It was as if their deaths hadn't happened. What if your family can never properly say goodbye? They'll never see your grave.
Mourning customs are social rituals. My family knows how I feel about these things. We know better. As long as my body is free of the nightmare, that is all that matters. I'll be all right.
Aye. You'll be all right. What about me? What about me when you are truly gone? Who am I without you? I never wanted to know. When I woke in that cave, I felt like I'd lost everything. I feel like I lost everything.
I'm still here.
For now. And I'm so afraid when you won't be anymore.
I'm afraid too. Afraid to leave you behind. Afraid to journey on.
I had such plans. We'd live such wonders together. I wanted more time.
So did I. But we are together now. One last great adventure.
Aye. That's something. I miss the warmth of your skin. So much.
And I yours.
But are we sure about what we're doing? Are you sure this is what you want?
We made an agreement. Are you having second thoughts?
I don't know. Maybe.
Ceridian's death has changed things for you.
Aye. But more so Seeker's grief. I could have you back. I long for it. It pains me.
Should we reconsider? It may not be too late to change our minds. But you must promise me, Red, whatever we decide, we stick to it. We cannot change our minds again.
I swear it, my love. This is it.
First, what a great dialogue. I just really love these moments between Antea and Red at the bonfire. Well, they managed to kind of like really make it feel so real and authentic. The kind of like bond they share. But yes, this is really interesting because already at the start of the game, when Antea had just died, we already swore an oath. And we decided what we want to stick with. But now the game is providing us a second option, Now, after what we've learned, do we still want to stick with what we've chosen in the beginning, or do we want to change course? Now, I chose to ascend Antea and to let her peacefully leave the world, because resurrecting her would, I think, go against what Antea stood for as a human, as a Banisher. It's the more selfish option, of course, because it means you have to sacrifice lots of people, some which may have done some wrong in their lives, but that didn't deserve to die. And yeah, you kind of like have to blame as many settlers as possible. That also means you have to do most of the haunting cases in the game and blame people. And while I can totally understand that what happened to Antea isn't just, and I can 100% understand that Red feels like they didn't have enough time, and there's nothing more that he wishes than having her come back. But I don't think it's the right thing to do. I think it's also what probably story-wise is maybe intended, given how difficult it might also be to actually get the resurrection. But also, given how many bodies you have to walk over. But yeah, as hard as it is, we're gonna stick with the Ascension option, and I will set out to do what I initially planned. I feel like that's, definitely the Banisher way here. Decisions. Indeed. Well, in this case only 2, but yes. Still decisions. Glad to hear, Mita. Glad you had a good rest. But yeah, I will stick with Ascension.
We may be tempted. We must not succumb.
Banishers will remain.
Banishers. To the end.
Aye, Mother. To the end.
Is it worse to lose your faith in your fathers than it is to lose faith in yourself? Those in the Harrows who lived would be wise to look inwards, to reflect, and then to pay penance. But none carry a greater burden than young Lamentation Haskell. How will he guide the faltering faithful when he has so little faith in himself?
Oh, that's a question, I guess, but he might get faith in himself if, you know, he just does a better job than his father did. And I think people will have a better time under his leadership, which might in turn, you know, give him some self-confidence. But who knows? I'm still happy that I didn't went with Haskell, like Fairfax Haskell, remaining to be in charge, because he didn't deserve it. Hello there, Stanley, welcome in, and good day. Hope you're having a good one. Okay, let's get the retaliation skill here. When red is hit, increase the damage of the next heavy attack by 100%. Ubistore seems to have a good coupon. Oh yeah? Yeah, I heard that you can save like lots of money right now, like that you can already get shadows for like 26 bucks or something with like coupons and everything. 15 bucks off if you buy 30 euro or more. I mean, that is good, for sure. Like if you couple that with a couple discounts. The thing is, at this point, I think I bought everything I want to have in my Ubisoft store already from like previous sales that were like similar. So I'm not sure if I even have something that I would consider buying. I mean, I technically still want to get the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC at some point. But, you know, I'm not sure when I even get to play that, so I don't mind waiting there. And the thing is also that I get a lot of like newer Ubisoft games now, you know, through the partners program. So there's even less incentive for me to actually buy something, I guess. But yeah, I think I actually have like most of the games that I kind of like was interested in at this point. But it's good for those who don't, you know, because that's a really good deal for sure. We have everything already? Yeah. Yeah, we had like a couple of those deals happening in the past couple of years, so I definitely got some really good discounts there. Can I take the boat? Apparently so. But yeah, that's not where I'm supposed to go, though, I don't think. You saw the deal when you checked Shadows, but still too expensive. 27 euros. You wouldn't pay that much for Shadows. That's definitely fair too. I mean, if you wait until Christmas, then you're probably gonna get it for 20 or so. Or even maybe lower, depending. But yeah, it's one of those games that I wouldn't rush into buying. You know, plenty of time still. Check it out later. Exactly, that's also my thinking, Amita, you know, very often. It's like, I'm just gonna wait close to when I'm actually planning on playing a game and wait for a sale then. If I'm already, you know, planning on buying or playing other games first, either way. No, that doesn't run away.
Trust me, you don't want a garden.
Indeed desertive, yeah. I was kind of like not finding the blue one there. So I was kind of confused if there were like another way of doing this. I find a good way to actually get over here. Because the compass isn't really helping that much at the moment. It's like saying go into this direction, but it's not really helping too much. Is this another void traveling opportunity? If I knew where that actually was leading, then... Okay, I mean... Ceridian and the Seeker left us behind for us, so let's actually do it. Travel through a void here, and maybe that leads us to the other side.
No rest for the wicked. We should hurry. Some of the beacons have gone out.
I suppose Ceridian's magic died with her.
Sharpen up. I have another in sight.
These specters are getting more aggressive.
Antea, I miss you.
There's that voice again.
Ignore it. Push on.
I'm talking to you, little sister. Sister.
What aren't you telling me?
I'm telling you it's dangerous, and we need to move on.
Void feels even more dangerous. That's possible. This bite's not easily chewed.
They never learn, do they? Don't let it crush you.
Marcin Leth!
Okay, good. We at least made it to the mainland associated to where we have to go here. That's good.
Silence and the campfire. Just what Dr. Duarte ordered.
The Incarnate and the Invisible. As Tiano of Crotone wrote centuries ago, our world exists in two forms, depending on how humans perceive it. A place of heat and fire and warm earth. The Incarnate is a world as perceived by the living. A place of cold and water and iced earth. The Invisible is a world as perceived by the spirits of the dead. This is a truth unknown or misunderstood by most. As witches, we're able to see the invisible without supernatural help, with innate talent or hard training. For most humans, perceiving the invisible in its entirety requires that a willing spirit share the vision. This means that the human must be haunted by that spirit. There must be a soul tie between them. And while ghosts may cross a boundary and affect the incarnate in small ways, sound, cold or heat, dark shadows, that unnerving feeling that someone is in an empty room with you, for most of them see the incarnate in all its dimensions, sounds, colors, living beings, etc., requires a living human or physical item that acts as a hook or beacon into the physical world. Both the incarnate and the invisible are defined by space and time. Fiano and all the antique seekers were so right about geometry and magic. Since I journeyed in both realms, I now understand the experience of a being within it is very different. A small room in the incarnate could feel like the whole world in the invisible. A short moment in the incarnate could stretch for weeks in the invisible. Or a week could pass in the blink of an eye, and although spirits, having once been part of the incarnate, may perceive it at times, even interact with it in limited ways, they tend to see the world of the living as blurry and indistinct, or as a flat backdrop, like painted stage scenery, especially when they linger alone. Only when they focus on a specific person or place can they see them as they are. They slowly forget the big picture. They lose the world as a whole, since they are lost in between. As witches, it is our duty to help them find their place and help the living be safe, even if those we hate is since they can't see like we do, nor accept the truth we know. The Seeker.
My father would tell me stories. In the heart of the mountains lived a mystical race who desired only peace. Can hear him now. These mystics, he said, they valued life and used gold only for their mausoleums. All creatures were accepted among them, except men who were warned to stay away because they were bellicose and greedy.
Let me guess, they went anyway.
Aye, being bellicose they did. And being greedy, they went after the gold. Their mausoleums desecrated, the mystics cursed the humans and hid themselves away. They remind me of Ceridian. God rest her.
No, we need to find something else. This could be a good spot to cross. Ask for help if you need it. Watch out!
Brought more friends.
The only thing that waits for you is oblivion.
Ist jetzt so. Welcome back, Seraph. And thank you for this free stream streak there.
Mines. The mountains must be rich in ore. Looks a bit rickety.
It's built for a team. One man alone should be fine. Should be.
I started isolation.
A tangle of rope work blocks it up. Need a little push to open up a path? Not a pleasant way to die.
There's a pleasant way to die, is there?
Almost there.
I could totally shoot that through here. But I can't. Apparently. Game says no. It's like, you shall not be creative.
Still stuck. Did you miss a rope down there?
Foul-smelling heap, I shit on you all.
How did I miss a rope? I shot 3 of them. I'm sure. I haven't said one more. Ah, fuck. Okay, what about you, Seraph?
You don't think! You never figured out how to think!
How is it without thinking? Yeah, according to Antia, I missed the one at the bottom. I'm not sure how I did, because I'm super certain I shot it, but I guess I didn't.
Here goes.
Okay.
These beams look fragile. Will they hold?
Would you rather climb?
If it were up to me, I wouldn't be here to begin with.
Punch attack is increased by 50%, but the spirit points cost of punch attack is increased by 50% as well. Yeah, no thank you. Antia looks so annoyed. She does. Who can blame her?
Snow. Have we climbed higher or has the weather gotten colder?
The nightmare is at work. She's likely using the weather in New Eden to further isolate its people.
Then once the curse is lifted, the snow will disappear.
I think so.
Yeah, that would be a bit frosty and windy with a kilt on. It would freeze his boards off there. Not good.
Did you hear that?
Yes. Nearby. Look to me.
The triple boards. Indeed. Thank you for the lurk again, Seraph.
Oh, shite.
I'm not gonna stay down.
It's about to strike. It's going all out.
Essential Liquor. Hitting an enemy with a third punch attack restores 6 spirit points. Let's go with Ethereal Haste for now.
Hate those things.
Wasn't your first, won't be your last.
Aye, thank you. These remains call for a ritual and a lot of caution. Something's here.
Hidden. You've excelled of late. And you haven't crowed about it once.
Had your doubts, did you?
Don't get cocky. There's always more to learn. Key thing about a scourge?
It's really bloody angry.
But that's true of most specters. A scourge will always seek a new physical body, often made of different materials. Very poor. Perhaps you'd prefer an easier question? On the nature of a ghost, perhaps?
Ghosts of unfinished business. And apparently that includes asking questions.
You may not know much, but you have the cheek. I'll give you that. I hope it's enough.
Oh, as long as I'm cheeky, that's the only thing I want. Who needs knowledge? Knowledge is totally overrated. Especially in a historic order run.
Where are you? Oh, there.
Do you hear that?
Over here.
Oh, Vardy.
Did you see that?
Let's follow it. Did we miss a few? Up there. The spot has to be close.
Was it to set knowledge's power was a Merlin, or was it the pen is stronger than the sword? I don't remember. Can't say I remember either, to be honest.
Shelter.
But
if you
I
need a
mean,
fire to warm you up.
both quotes wouldn't surprise me if they actually stem from Merlin.
Please, I am lost without you. Oh.
The spot can't be far.
Why leave me like this?
Oh there!
Wait!
Where are you? Oh, there.
Quicken yourself.
No worries whatsoever, Assertive. Thank you so much for being here and for joining us today. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your evening and day. And yeah, hope you enjoy. Thank you so much for being here.
Here you are. Good day. My name is Rebecca Hardgrave. How may I help you?
Are you the one who's attracting the wolves?
Wolves? What wolves? Who are you exactly?
I'm Antea Duarte. This is Red McWraith. We're Banishers. Do you know what that means?
Banishers? That means... you can speak to the living on behalf of the dead.
That's part of it, yes. Why, do you have someone in mind?
Ferdinando Miller. My Fardy. Death parted us, but my love is strong. I came back for him. I love him so. But not once has he come to see me. I must know why.
Yeah, I think he might have his reasons. Might not be positive ones.
There's no delicate way to ask this, I'm afraid. How did you die?
We left civilization in New Eden Town for the cold desert of Fort Jericho. The path was steep and rough, and we were greatly burdened. It was hell, but we walked through it together. As we walked, I fell into a daze. I remember little after that. A pain that grew, a great, uncontrollable tremor. Fatigue, a deathly fatigue. Fardy was at my side as ever. He held my hand, bade me sleep. When I opened my eyes, I was here, alone.
How did you meet him?
'Twas market day. I'll never forget it. It was rich, exotic, an abundance of treasures from across the known world. I saw him through the crowd. Our eyes met. I didn't know it then, but I was meeting the love of my life. I could not admit it to myself, not at first, but I had to have him. And in the end, I did.
New Eden's a big place. Where can we find him?
We were on our way to Fort Jericho. We were to open a store together. It was to be a new beginning for us both. Together. Yet he's there, alone.
If you know where he is, why not just go there?
I've tried. At first I was able to visit him. In the quiet, as he slept, I'd watch over him. But now, something hinders me. I cannot reach him. I must know that he is well.
We have to go now.
Find him, please.
Yeah, if I come across him, then we're gonna go and try to find him.
fun.
What are you thinking?
It's more of a feeling. Something's wrong.
She said he never visited. Why? Was it too painful? Or is it something else? A peaceful place. In different times.
Before the nightmare's influence, you mean?
Let's reach the fort and a fire and warm you up.
I feel a draft.
From the invisible. Trouble ahead. Spectres are attacking the fort.
Siege no ground! Hold fire! That fellow's not dead! Shepherd, I said hold that fire!
I think I heard the sound of a gun cooking. Try another one.
Die, you bastard!
Hold there! None in, none out. Not living nor dead.
Name's Red McCraith. I'm obviously a banisher. Open the door there. I've business within.
Your business is, if you'll excuse my articulating the evident, not my business. I have my orders. You can't come in.
I hear you, friend. What's your name?
The name's Andrew White. You seem a pleasant fellow. I like a Scot, me, but standing here, I'm on duty. And when I'm on duty, I'm not your friend. Listen, mate, folk in here have problems enough, and I can't be disobeying orders. Either priests or Pennington would have my guts, and I fancy neither.
Bennington knows me. He'll know I can help.
I'm sure he does. But put one dead man down, and 3 come back next day. Round here, sweet victory fast turns bitter. Bottom line is, the captain is indisposed, and I'll not add your complications to the pile. Now, you want to lend a hand? Mrs. Priest and her party are overdue. You can't miss the outpost, it looks out across the valley. If you could find her, make sure she doesn't die, you'd surely gain her favor. And favor, as they say, opens doors.
Get in a fight and find your boss and dig her out of whatever hole she's in. All right. I can do that.
They have Spectre troubles. Let's first clear the nearby nest to relieve the fort, then deal with the missing.
Right. I'll likely be back.
Find our friends, Banisher. Or put them to rest.
I'll try. Soon as I take care of the Spectre's nest, I'll go looking for the outpost.
Death knocks at their gates. No wonder they won't open.
They don't have a choice. Another attack may overrun them.
The nest might be near. There's a trail to follow in the snow.
Alrighty, and this is gonna be where we continue next time with Banishers and Ghosts of New Eden. Let's go ahead and have a save here. And yeah, there we are, now on the quest Isolation. Let me actually have a look, because I think we're definitely reaching the end game territory very soon here. Just kind of plan a bit in advance. Okay, so we completed the Swamp Witch, Brief and Rancor, Witchfinders and the Inquos. So we're now on Isolation. I guess we still have to do a Flame in the Dark. And then it's the last 3 missions, which will probably take us to New Eden then. But there's 2 more quests here as part of the current storyline of Fort Jericho. And then we're basically entering the final 3 main quests here. I've been lurking for 2 hours, the match is almost over. Oh yeah? So how is it going? Is Greece winning? They are? Very nice. The match is almost over, so hopefully it's gonna stay that way. Hey, just having a look who's online, who could rate today. And I see Schiller playing some more AC Odyssey. He's doing his 100% completion run for that game. Speaking of Greece, hello there, Snakes, and thank you for a follow. Welcome in. If you would like to join us for the raid over to Schiller for some AC Odyssey, then feel free to copy and paste those raid emotes in chat. And yeah, honestly not too sure when the next stream is gonna be. I have another busy week ahead of me. So I would just probably go live when, you know, the time fits, and yeah. I would definitely do a stream on Friday though, with, you know, a longer afternoon session, but beyond that, can't really guarantee anything as of yet. But I hope everyone has a great rest of the weekend and a great start into the new week as well. And yeah, thank you so much everyone who's joined us today for this next Banishers stream. I think it might take us another 2 streams to get the game done, but might be doable in 2 streams. So who knows, maybe by, you know, next weekend we have the playthrough finished, and then we can start with AC Black Flag. No worries, Amita. Thank you for being here, dude. Catch you next time. And have a good rest of the evening.